and Katie McMillan. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? This is my special chair. Yes, you're welcome to sit anywhere. Okay. To begin, I'd like to invite all our panelists to briefly introduce themselves and share the work they're involved in. Would anybody like to start?
I'm happy to go. Hi, everyone, again. My name is Eric Chan. I'm the manager of equity at Northwest College, and I oversee the anti-racism and EDI portfolios there. And then I'm also a PhD candidate in the School of Public Health at the University of Alberta. I specialize in community-based research, and I'm studying food security in rural Albertan communities. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm glad to be here.
Good morning. My name's Katie. It's a small group this morning.
Yeah.
Everybody doing well? Excellent. My name's Katie McMillan, and I am a longtime Edmontonian, previously a high school teacher for 15 years, but about just under 4 years ago, I started a talent agency to represent people with disabilities and visible differences, based on some of the experiences I've had with my own daughter, who's the tracer, and my partner as well. So that's why I'm here, and I'm happy to be included. So thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anne Kalema. I'm an entrepreneur in the digital space, so basically helping people set up online businesses and helping them to operate it. But I'm also the co-founder of the Kalema Group, which is a consulting firm where we help small business owners and entrepreneurs with business essential services like, bookkeeping, digital solutions, and legal service brokerage to help them in their journey, growing their business. And also I'm a community leader within the Afro-Canadian Entrepreneur Association, where we also support entrepreneurs and professionals. And we promote economic development through entrepreneurship, with mentoring, training, networking opportunities. And we have a specific mandate for Francophones. And we are, in the community helping in different capacity. And that's why I'm here and glad to be here and be part of the conversation. Thank you.
It is so nice to meet the three of you. I completely forgot to introduce myself when I came up. My name is Princess. I should have initiated that. I'm in high school currently, grade 10, and I'm so excited to be here. My lovely parents have given me this opportunity, and I'm so blessed. Thank you for all those introductions. Let's dive into our discussion. I'll start with the first question for the panel. What does effective some work look in practice, and why is it essential to systematic change? First, second answer.
Effective grassroots change. Well, I think it firstly starts with it being community driven, and that a community has influence decision making and what is important and what's not important. And I think that starts with having a seat at the table, not being consulted, but actually a voice that is driving actual decisions. So I think to me that's a really key effective community grassroots change. But I don't think it's important. Sometimes I feel like community grassroots change is framed as this very radical, not collaborative or working with larger institutions, and it's only in the community. And I think sometimes that can be true, which is not a bad thing, but I think effective community grassroots change, again, has that really community-driven voice that is actually making decisions. So there's power that's shared, but also that there are effective collaborations that are actually connected to larger decision makers in government, in larger institutions that are also shaping and making decisions. And I think effective community grassroots change engages with those voices and those entities and tries to partner with them rather than operating exclusively outside of them. So I think like that's kind of how I look at effective community grassroots change.
Yeah. I thought my mic wasn't on. That is amazing. I love that. Wow, I can't talk. Anybody would like to go next?
Yeah, I mean, my lens is slightly different as far as from an anti-racism perspective. It's disability is the main focus. Obviously, the folks that we represent at the talent agency that I work for, Kello Inclusive is the name of it, is there's a lot of intersectionality there. But as far as grassroots go, I'll just use an analogy. Like I mentioned, my daughter is 15. She's a full-time wheelchair user. She has cerebral palsy. And I would say for the first 10 years of her life, I learned a lot about disability through people who did not have lived experience. So, you know, doctors, OTs, PTs, nurses, you know, all kinds of very well-intentioned, well-meaning, and very highly educated people that, you know, gave me a lot of valuable information. But I kind of say, I think I learned a lot about disability from an institutional perspective as opposed to actually folks had the lived experience. And I think when she was around 10, I just had read a blog post from a disabled woman that said, hey, parents, you know, if you want to do something really great for your child, you should really talk to disabled people about what that lived experience is like. And I started doing that, and it completely changed everything I thought and I knew about how I approach, you know, a marginalized or minority group in society. It changed everything. So I kind of say I did everything wrong for the first 10 years. So back to the question, like grassroots, I mean, it comes from essentially looking at whatever that minority experience might be through a lens of actual lived experience, because there's a lot of differences there. So I'm not sure if that completely connects, but that was my pathway into, you know, doing work that is all about amplifying and the voices and the narratives of folks who have lived experience, because in the work that I do, I mean, it's all about, you know, what we see in our media and how what we see reflects how much it actually reflects the reality of what we all see on a day-to-day basis in our world. So, you know, I think that, again, back to the question, you know, effective grassroots initiatives have to come from, as you mentioned, a community initiative, but also from a lived experience perspective. And again, I'm personally not disabled, but speaking to a lot of the folks that I work with has changed my perspective entirely. So I don't know if that's kind of a circular answer or roundabout answer, but yeah.
One thing I would like to add, alongside with what Eric said, I believe grassroots initiative is really community-driven, relationship-based. We building those relationships in the community, and it allows to be close to the people that really maybe in certain conditions, or, you know, like Katie said, maybe disability or, you know, lived experiences. So it allows to remove people from isolation. Like if you're part of a group, and, you know, by having the community around you, you just find that you are not alone. You have people around you that, you know, believe in what you are going through, and that can maybe uplift you. So we remove isolation and build those connections, because it's the community, right? So we're building those relationships, and which will turn in collective effort or action, because you cannot do it by yourself. You need people around you to be able to maybe voice that, you know, matter that is really close to your heart. So yeah, I think effective initiative is really that community driven, and breaking that isolation, bringing it to the forefront. So we hear more about it, storytelling, and then people wrapping, you know, the support around it, and, you know, collaborating with all the other people in the ecosystem. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, those are all very insightful answers. From my perspective as well, I agree totally with you guys. From all the way from middle school to high school, definitely seeing like this can really shape how you see the world. And if you don't see those perspectives, you don't really know you can't really put yourselves in their shoes. So it's definitely intentional to come together as a community and get different perspectives and move on with a better attitude. And, you guys get, I don't know what words I'm looking for right now. Next question. How do grassroots movements challenge systems of power differently than institutional approaches? I'll give you a second to.
I just want to bring an insight to it. I'll say it's different in the sense that, institution is, I feel it's good, but I feel like it's heavy. And I think of bureaucracy. I think of processes that make things slow because there's so many layers, so many, stages. But, with grassroots, it brings this element of urgency because the people at the center of the matter are, exerting pressure. We want this to be looked at. So it's bringing pressure. And also, because people are there, so there's a credibility and trust, right? Because sometimes maybe we might think like institutions are removed from what's happening and the people in the community are closer to what's happening. So the difference then, I will say that's between institution and those grassroots is that just the work that is being done then brings more credibility, and trust from the community that's, living a certain aspect of, condition that they want to voice. But yeah, that's what I can, the insight I can give for now.
Yeah, and I would say that grassroots movements, I mean, they expose gaps that I think institutions don't often see. Again, I'm from my experience with the work that I do, I think, representation in media is obviously something that's incredibly important, shapes public perception. And if we go back to like the 80s, like everybody you saw in media was like a thin white person and you didn't see yourself reflected. And if I'm being really honest, I mean, I grew up basically seeing myself reflected in most of the media, so I didn't even question it. And then I was sort of thrown into this world of, with the experiences with my daughter, of realizing that, representation matters. And I come from that privileged perspective of not even having seen that. It was sort of invisible to me. And that all of a sudden became visible. And as as far as, institutions maybe not seeing those gaps, I think for a long time, the odd time that you would see someone with a disability in media, it was, a little bit or a lot of it tokenistic, right? You'd get your wheelchair users and they weren't even considering the broad and beautiful spectrum of disabilities that exist. So, again, as a talent agent, if you're not familiar with that kind of work, what we do is I castings every day and I put forward folks that fit the description, often where disability isn't requested specifically. Maybe they're looking for a mom in her 30s who, and they'll have the character description, and then we put forward, maybe a wheelchair user, somebody with a limb difference, someone who's neurodiverse, people who can be parents that maybe an institution, or in this case, a casting director, might not even consider as an option. So when you have grassroots movements who are approaching these problems from a lived experience perspective, I think it does expose those gaps that, again, might be invisible to institutions, especially depending on, their lenses that they look through and their implicit biases that exist from an institutional perspective. So.
Yeah, I mean, bureaucracy is such a big thing. Like, grassroots movements aren't beholden to fiscal year timelines and budgets and different business units trying to make different business cases for what should and shouldn't be funded. I think there's more flexibility there and there's less rigidity in the timelines that grassroots community movements have to work within. I think sometimes structure can be helpful, in terms of helping something move forward in a coordinated way. But I think the kind of structure that larger institutions operate within, which is often more corporate, I think it constrains a lot of transformational creative thinking that I think grassroots movements don't have to necessarily contend with. There still has to be collective interlocking and people coming together across different forms of difference and just kind of living out that intersectional approach. But again, like a grassroots movement can really be creative, bold, and dream about what we want the future to be, and put a plan in place that doesn't have to, be scared about, oh, if we do this, like, are we going to get funding for our next like fiscal year to run our programs and services? Like, we can just be. So I would say that's, for me, that's the major difference between how grassroots movements operate relative to larger public or private institutions.
Yeah. These are very big words for me. So this is amazing that I'm getting all these big words for LA next semester.
Your next social paper, you're going to do so well.
I
You're
have
going to
social.
nail it.
I had social this semester. So yeah, only if it was next semester, this would have been amazing. With
Oh,
my
you still
social
got grade
papers.
11 and 12 to go.
Yeah, like definitely. And that's where the expectations are like really high. So very helpful. Thank you all. Next question. What are common mistakes institutions make when partnering with community-led initiatives?
Oh, they don't listen.
Correct.
Like that is the biggest thing, right? Like, you say you want to collaborate with a community partner, but you only want to consult. You don't want to partner with. And I think language is really important. And there's a difference between consulting with a community partner and partnering with a community partner, because partnering means giving up it means sharing the power to make decisions in a collaborative way. And I think that's the biggest thing that a lot of larger organizations don't do really well. And I think it's because it will force you to confront things about yourself that you don't necessarily want to see, or maybe you don't want to talk about. So I would say for me, that's the biggest thing. You don't listen. There's not enough listening, a true intentional act of listening. And when you don't have that, it's really hard to set a good foundation to grow together with.
Would anybody like to add on? You want to? Yeah.
Now, I just wanted to say, with the listening, also the over controlling the process, because I've worked with, at least collaborated with an organization. They're supporting women that are going through HIV, but then they had a program and they were collaborating with institutions, but like Eric said, they don't really listen. You're bringing something to the table, but they want to tell you how to do it, though you're not the one involved or the one impacted, and they want to give you kind of rigid, timelines, and, and you have to be considerate of the people that are actually going through the things, but, you want to give funding, but at the same time, you want to control how it has to be done, and it might not work for the people that really need the help. So I'm really agreeing with what Eric was saying,
Yeah, and I would definitely echo. I mean, it's really tangible examples of the work that I see, because I mean, it's a pretty our media and representation in the public eye, that can be TV, film, commercial. I mean, it's a big system, and it's not one institution, and they have their processes and they have their ways of doing things. And I've really, worked with folks who listen, and it's rare, but who really, if they're putting together a commercial and they want to make it, authentically inclusive when it comes to any intersectionality, but in my world, disability specifically, and the questions they ask and the money they're willing to put forward, because a lot of times you have to adapt your set. You need to make sure that it's, physically accessible. You need to, potentially, put a little extra money to have someone bring a caregiver along, or, all kinds of things that, and there's certain folks who do listen. They have that perspective, which isn't just let's tick a box and get, somebody in a wheelchair in our ad. It's how do we actually make this whole experience more inclusive? And then you have the system itself, which is real slow to change, but it's those individual relationships with people with the right attitudes who see the value in it that will create the systemic change. And over the last almost 4 years that I've been doing this, I've seen some progress, but obviously there's it's a long way to go. And it does come down to listening, and it comes down to intention, and it comes down to, what's the expression, nothing about us without us. So if you're actually going to include somebody with a visible minority or a visible difference in your work, whatever that may be, are you actually intentionally including them in that conversation from I'll say grassroots level, so that you can actually make effective change as opposed to just that red tape box ticking initiative.
Definitely. It's better to make a change than just to, tick that box like you're saying. And once you make those changes, then we can make our environment more like inclusive in a way, because like you said, like those ads, they set very, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm not good with big words. Anyways,
You're great
yeah,
with big words.
I'm sure you guys get what I'm saying. But yeah. Okay. How can communities protect grassroots leaders from burnout, harm, or retaliation?
Retaliation from, there's so many ways to look at that question. Like retaliation from within the community, or retaliation from people, like larger people in power or institutions in power from outside the community. Because I think a lot of things one thing that really gets overlooked is the lateral violence that happens within communities, where not everybody agrees. So when you think about like labels that we put on communities, like the Asian community or the Black community, those are larger categories that we're putting people into that that reflect a broad variety of different perspectives, and people don't always agree. And so I think sometimes it can get messy. And so I think the best way for me in terms of on the issue of lateral violence within communities, when it gets really intense and it gets really personal really quickly, is to recognize that we don't necessarily all have to have the same opinion on a particular matter, and that we have to create room to have productive disagreements when we're building a grassroots movement. And I think that reduces pressure on community advocates and community leaders to have to pull everybody together and try and create something that's super unified, because it doesn't all work out that way. So yeah, that's one that came to mind for me with that question.
I think the word burnout really stood out to me. And again, I always like to make sure that I'm speaking clearly, not from my own. Again, I'm not disabled myself, but I think from what I've seen vicariously, actually my partner could probably weigh in on this. You end up taking on the whatever advocacy work that is involved in your experience on yourself. You're the one that's asking for, hey, is there an accessible entrance? Hey, did you consider, whatever your access needs may be, and you're the one demanding those. And it's exhausting over a lifetime, right? If you're the only one that every time you go in a room or every time you show up at whatever you might show up and you're the one asking for whatever those access needs may be, or that's exhausting. And that's where the burnout can come from, I think, on a personal level and at a grassroots level. But when we have broader conversations and institutions end up becoming better listeners, then they're the one asking those questions or thinking those things ahead of time. A really small example of that is, people who say when you are a person who uses a mobility device and your group of friends plans an evening and they call ahead to the restaurant to make sure it's accessible, that's now taken off of you, right? Your group of friends have been like, hey, we booked a restaurant we're all going out for dinner, and we've checked and there's a fully accessible entrance or this or that, or whatever it may be. That is just a small, what's the word I'm looking for? Micro example of a group acknowledging the needs of another person without having that burden that can lead to burnout on the person that may be requesting whatever those differences or access needs may be.
So I would say also, just to add to Katie was saying, that maybe surround also ourselves with, good teams, because if the facilitation or the outreach is always done by one person, because you kind of have the burden, of, representing maybe this group or that group, to have people surrounding you that are also really, upholding that vision. So it's not just you all the time, maybe share facilitation. So everything, all the work is not in one, just done by one person. To have, enough people that share the same vision, because sometimes we see in organization is, one person that really have that vision, but, the people around, yes, they're there, but, they don't, how can I say, embrace the vision the same way. Of course, there's always a visionary, but, if there's just that one person that's always showing up, doing things, maybe making sure that you are surrounded with people that are also, have the same burden. So not everything is just on you. So you have people sharing, in the work, the activity, and, so you can also have those boundaries where, you can take this time. I won't say off, because I don't think you can really take time off on these things, because it's really close to your heart. But, if you have enough people that believe in the vision and wants to really do this work with you, so you can, have, alternate roles. That's what I want to say. Yes.
I actually have a surprise, another panelist to come up as we introduce. I would love to introduce John Gay up to the stage to join us on this panel discussion. So can we have a warm welcome to him as well? Oh yeah, and we also have another surprise panelist joining us today.
Oh.
We have right behind you Dr. Shindell Seal. Would you like a round of applause for her too? Yeah. But as you guys were saying, yeah, all these things are actually like really educating me as well, because we don't talk about these things in school, right? We kind of ignore it. And yeah, so it's really great to have this opportunity to learn about these things. John, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is John Gay. I'm with the Edmonton Multicultural Coalition, and I've been around Edmonton for quite a bit, and have been the president of my community organization. I've also been the board chair of the Africa Center, and I served there as the executive director for a short time as well. And I also work for the province.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you want to add? No? Okay. We have also Dr. Shindell that we would love to introduce as well. Would you like
Hi,
to
folks.
repeat things?
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Shindell Seal. I'm the CEO of Seed Coaching and Consulting, which is primarily based out of Los Angeles. And I do a multiplicity of things. The foremost being a lot of work in culture and diversity and equity and inclusion and whatnot. And now a lot with quantifying that work, quantifying a lot of the work that we do. So it's an interesting piece, and I'm excited to share about that as we have this conversation. But it's great to see all of you. I'm currently in Barbados right now, so which is why I wasn't able to join you. So which, as I is a lot warmer than where you all are. So I'm enjoying this conversation as I'm listening to it. So I'm happy to be here.
Yes, thank you both. I'm so glad to both have you here along with our questions. I will be moving on to the next question. You guys are all welcome to answer. What conditions are necessary for community voices, especially marginalized voices, to influence policy and decision making? You guys are all welcome to, whoever.
I would say to involve the community early on in the process, because we talked about, consultation where it's just kind of like a checkbox, right? But if we can bring in the people early on in the process, I think it will be better than just like at the end when, we just want to kind of like, just put the tick, right? But if it's early on, people have the chance to go with you in the journey, not just at the end, because then things, it could really matter, I think. Because when it's just at the end, it's just like you just, okay, I did my part, but there's not much involvement, and I don't think even it's going to be effective. So it's good to really bring the community or the grassroots movement early on in the process, so you read the.
Stop. Sorry. That was a random thing. I'm so sorry. Continue.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Anybody?
I would just build off that by saying when you involve community early on, it allows you to start to build trust so that people feel like their voices are going to be honored. And if you can build trust and involve people early on, you can co-build a clear governance structure so that people understand how their voices are actually going to be connected to clear decisions that are going to be made about a movement or a project. And also, I think like establishing a clear governance structure or a process will allow the community to hold the other people, other larger, more powerful partners accountable to what you agreed upon initially in the process. So like trust, involving people early on, I couldn't agree more. And then I would say the only thing I'd add is a clear governance structure and a process for how decisions are going to be made so that everybody knows and can see really clearly how their perspectives and their stories and their voices are going to be reflected in the decisions that groups make together.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And just the decision-making power is key, right? As opposed to just advisory roles or console, again,
what's really interesting to me,
an example that exemplifies exactly what we're talking about is when I started the work that I do with Kello, my goal was, I use it broadly, the billboard, right? Like I wanted to see, someone with Down syndrome on the, whatever the billboard may be. And I thought that was the goal. But then what I realized is that through the process of actually, putting somebody's name forward, casting them, having production, hair and makeup, all of the different people that work with that person, that process is actually where the change comes from. Yes, it's a beautiful thing to have someone who identifies as disabled sees themselves reflected in the world. That's great. But it is the actually listening, paying attention to, working with, that getting to the billboard, which is the real change. So including people's voices in the conversation in a way that isn't just consultative or advisory, but actually has some real lived experience, a bit of decision-making power about, what wardrobe would I choose for this particular, for me. And those conversations are really important and not just in a, as we say again, box ticking type of way.
Yes, and I'd like to add to that as well. I think as well, in addition to what you've all said, one of the ways to empower grassroots communities is creating that enabling environment. And I can give an example. Last year, my organization was one of the organizations chosen by the city of Edmonton in creating their migrant action plan. So a few years ago, the city created this, they developed the migrant action policy. Now, 2026, still, they have to have an implementation plan for this migrant action policy. So to develop the migrant action plan, they did consultation with different communities, and my organization was one of those organizations that led the consultation. So we had consultations in Punjabi, Swahili, Ukrainian, Tagalog, and the empowering aspect of this is that communities were able to discuss the questions from the city in their own language, in a very safe environment where they could speak freely and sort of identify issues that they're experiencing within their communities. I think this was a very good approach. When at the end of it, there was, another consultation process held with the different organizations that led the community consultations, and the city really appreciated it. One of the things that they learned from that is that how do you get information out to the people that will be impacted by the policy? Getting information out to them and also receiving information from them, because in that way you are empowering them to be a part of the decision-making process, even though they're not necessarily at the table, but the opportunity of engaging them and consulting with them and getting that feedback that will be incorporated within the policy implementation framework, that is empowering.
Dr. Shindell, would you like to add anything?
Yes, I would, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I wasn't following the protocol. And all of these are amazing, and they're.
Hold on,
they're
Dr. Shindell, we can't
sorry.
hear you. Just give us 2 seconds.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Okay. We will be moving on to the next question. Unfortunately, we
No worries.
technical difficulties. So, yeah. How do we move individuals from awareness to accountable action within their communities? You're welcome to answer whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think it's we just give an example. We this workshop today is about anti-racism. So this is something that almost everyone is aware of, you know, and so both those that are, you know, inflicting racist behavior, be it systemic or, you know, individual, and then those that are recipient of you know, the biases from others, that everyone is aware. When it comes to accountability, I feel like, so if I've experienced any kind of racism, um, I'm accountable as well, in a sense that I'm aware of, well, I don't want to say everyone is aware. This is very likely that people may not be aware of things like unconscious bias. Like I work for the government, brother, within the government, but there's several workshops all the time about unconscious bias. And somebody will, you know, treat you in a particular way if you're a person of color or a minority, and the person can say that I didn't know what I was doing, you know, it's unconscious bias. And they have a responsibility, but I have a responsibility as well to, if I'm experiencing racism, how do I confront, how do I combat racism? And I feel that that accountability, it goes both ways. Accountability in the sense that I can increase my knowledge, you know, on what are the things that I need to do? What are my rights? You know, what are the organizations that well, if I'm working for the government of Berta, for example, I'm experiencing these things at work. What do I do? You know, so I'm accountable to that, to help, like Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. I'm accountable to emancipating myself, you know, from all these different types of discrimination that I may be experiencing, be it at work or wherever. And we all know that those that are inflicting racist behavior, they are accountable, even though there's no framework to hold people legally accountable. But that accountability, I'm just trying to say that accountability goes both ways. So to both the recipient and those inflicting the racist acts.
I think I would add to that too, that I agree with what you just said. The accountability goes both ways. It's a fine line because there's that element of burnout when you feel like you are the one that constantly has to advocate. But I think the base attitude has to be a trust and forgiveness, because people don't know what they don't know. Like, you know, I say I spent the first 10 years of my daughter's life doing everything wrong, saying everything, you know, I called myself a special needs parent. Turns out the disabled community really doesn't love the term special needs, because why are their needs special? You know, so you make all the mistakes. And I often lead with that when I'm talking to, say, a casting director who's never worked with someone, you know, with a disability before. And some of the first things I say is like, it's kind of a safe space here. I know that there's some things you don't know. Feel free to ask the questions. Feel free to make the mistakes. Because if we, you know, as people that would want to, you know, create change, if we're not allowing a safe space to do it, then, you know, like, we're all human. We all have implicit biases, many of which we're not even aware of until, you know, we have them pointed out or something acute happens. And if there's no like, you just can't be ticked off at people because they screw it up. You have to give them a chance and to be educated and be open to that. Of course, an open attitude for whether it's anti-racism, anti-ableism, whatever the case may be. You have to lead with forgiveness there, and that kind of creates that space. I would say, and I think just to add one more example to what you were saying, is that it does go both ways. There's a story I often tell about my daughter. She was involved in this fashion show. It was before Kello existed, and she got invited. She was the only wheelchair user on the runway. And right near the end of the show, she was supposed to go on the runway with all of her other peers in no particular order. And they came to us at the end of the show and they said, "Oh, do you mind if we put your daughter last?" And I kind of said, okay. And I didn't think too much about it. And then she goes up onto the runway. And as soon as she gets her wheelchair up there, they change the music to this, like, it was this like funky, like dance music for all the kids. And then they change it to this like really sad song that's like, "This is the best day of," and then the organizers of the show are walking down the runway and making this giant spectacle out of her. People are crying. And Kelty, my daughter's looking at me like, "What the heck? Like, why? What is going on?" And anyway, to finish that is, after that experience, she felt bad. I was frustrated and I said nothing. And that is something I look back on and think I probably could have had a really meaningful conversation with the very well-intentioned organizers of the fashion show to say, hey, that kind of tokenistic, like look at this sad, poor disabled kid is kind of what we're trying to move away from. But I didn't have that conversation. So that's on me. That's an accountability piece that, looking back after the experiences I've had so far, I would definitely have that conversation in a forgiving, kind way, because that's how we change things, right? So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that, because I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I love this where we started, like at the interpersonal level, to be able to disarm people through empathy and compassion to get them to be moved to action, I think is a really powerful thing to do. Where my brain is starting to go now is also to think about the different layers of change that can happen. So not only at the individual, interpersonal, like, hey, we're having a conversation, how can I help you connect to this and see tangible ways for you to take action as an individual, but I'm also thinking strategically at like a larger systemic level. How do we create a roadmap for a community where they can see the multiple different ways that they can contribute to not only individual change, community level change, larger systemic level change, and having those different layers reflected in a clear and tangible roadmap that people can connect to and say, okay, we want to be anti-racist. What do we mean by that? And then what are the actual activities and how do they link together over 5-10 years time span to actually change a particular system and all the processes that go into that system. So I would say, like, if you want to move somebody from just broader awareness to actually influencing and linking up with other people in your community to take action to generate change that takes 5-10 years to do, you need a clear roadmap that can lay that out for people so that they can see that, understand what this all means, because it can feel really big and abstract at times, and then to start to do the work and to create multiple different opportunities, because not everybody has the same capacity to participate in this work. You might not have a lot of time. You might be having to do it off the side of your desk. You're working a full-time job. Maybe you have caregiving responsibilities. So the roadmap needs to reflect multiple different kinds of opportunities to contribute to the work that people can kind of start small and kind of gradually grow their involvement in. And I think, just that strategy piece, a clear vision with a clear roadmap, like that's helpful for moving people from just interest and awareness and plugging them into a larger
And the safety
movement.
to make mistakes.
Yeah,
Because everybody
absolutely,
screws up along the way. And that's where you kind of have to be like,
Yeah.
hey, like, it's okay. We can learn together.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to have that larger system, but it needs to be layered in with the interpersonal pieces of safety and like compassion for, like, you can mess up these kinds of things. So, yeah.
Let's try it one more time, Dr. Schindel.
Hey there, can you hear me? I guess not. Can you hear me? Nothing? Oh, I guess it's not working.
No.
I guess it's not working. Sorry.
Dr. Shindo, we cannot hear you,
I know, I'm
unfortunately.
sorry.
Darn tech difficulties.
Yeah. So we'll be
No
moving
worries.
on
No
to the
worries.
next question. What did I say? What role do allies play in supporting grassroots movements without dominating or diluting them?
I think coming from an allied perspective, you have to understand what allyship is, because I did not. And so my daughter's disabled. I thought I knew everything there was to know about disability. Of course I do. I understand it completely. It's completely changed every aspect of my life. I know I can answer all the questions. That turns out that that's not true. And true allyship is understanding that you actually don't know the lived experience of a particular minority group and being able to admit that. So I think allies themselves have to understand what their role is, because I think I misrepresented myself as an ally, thinking, of course, I love my daughter, I care about her, I want the best experience for her. But I didn't really understand, it came a point where, she's 12 and we're in a doctor's office and the doctor's asking me questions about her and I'm answering. And, Kelty hits me on the arm. She's like, Mom, it's my body. And I was like, good point. You should answer these questions, which is really what allyship is. It's giving the chance of the person with whatever perspective they bring to actually have a part of the conversation without thinking that, an ally knows everything just because we care. So I would say starting with that is really important.
I agree with you. I'll
Can you
say
all hear me?
also that, it's the support, listen, effective listening to make sure you understand, and also use your influence in your sphere of action, because you might not be able to do it maybe at a big level, but wherever you are, if you understand, what's going on, and you are listening and you want to support, at least being useful, right? Not just, okay, I'm there, but you're doing what you can to support, and listen and use your influence to remove maybe the barriers where you are. Yes.
That's true.
I also like to add to that. Sometimes it's very maybe unintentional for allies to, want to take the spotlight. So say there's an issue in the community and you're the expert, and you want to provide information to that community to help them to deal with the issue. But in some situations, like you find a person or an organization that is an ally taking the spotlight as being the one that are trying to solve the problem for this community, for this particular group of people. So it's just being aware of that as an ally, you are there to, support, and just using your position of expertise or influence to help, and not to be the person that takes the credit,
Yeah.
So understanding allyship is very important. I like the definition or the explanation you gave, and understanding we can also be easily guilty of that as well, trying to help someone and then taking the spotlight,
Sometimes the best thing you can do is step back.
Right.
That's actually one of the best ways to be an ally, is to step back, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I would add, I agree with all the great things everyone has said so far, is sometimes when you are an ally to a particular movement or experience that you don't experience yourself, it can, like, if you are engaging in the process of listening to the community talk about the concerns and the barriers that exist, it can bring up intense feelings for you, and you might start to realize that you're also part of the problem, and there's a lot of guilt that comes with that sometimes. And I
For
think
sure.
sometimes allies, when they're processing that, can start to center themselves and their own processing and guilt that comes up, and the feelings that come up with that. And I think you have to recognize that when you're in the space of community and someone is sharing their particular experience, it is not the time and place for you to be crying and taking up space in the room. I at Norquest, we hold student anti-racism listening circles where we sit with racialized students and they tell us about the horrible things that have happened to them in the community, where they've been spit on, where they've been abused trying to use the LRT. I'd spoken to a Afro-Caribbean student who told me that a man threatened to like beat him severely just because he was black. And, you know, if you're an ally, it might be really easy to start to feel really bad, to try and be the savior, as you were saying. That's not your place to do that. It's about them and centering their experiences and giving them a space to,
Right.
you know, decide what they want to see happen and reflected in change. And, you know, if you start crying in that space, you start thinking, oh, what could I have done? How am I contributing to the broader systemic racism and the conditions that are enabling this type of behavior? You are taking up space from the community, and that's not what you should be doing. And I think that's a really difficult thing for a lot of people to get over. Is like when someone is sharing a problem with you, it's important that you don't make it about you. Even if it feels really personal and it touches you in a way that, you know, sparks some change in you, like, oh, I need to be a part of the change. Do that in a different space, I would say.
I think we can all relate to that when you know, to understand what you just said, because I agree with everything you just said. Think about when you're talking to a friend and you try to come and give them, you know, hey, I'm really struggling with this. And then it's all of a sudden it's about them all the time. And I mean, that happens in many relationships. And I think that's a good jumping off point on a broader sense when we're talking about systemic change and all of that, is not centering yourself in whatever the narrative is. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely stepping back and letting them grow as a person, because it is not your place to step into their character development and all that.
It'll help your marriage too, I think.
Yeah. Okay. How can communities measure success beyond traditional metrics like funding or visibility?
Go look at my notes for this one.
I'm not sure if you can hear me yet.
Maybe I'll start. Please repeat the question. The success.
Oh, yeah, of course. How can communities measure success beyond traditional metrics like funding or visibility?
Right. Yes. You know, success should be defined by the communities themselves. You know, I think a lot of times, for example, you know, community organizations or grassroots organizations that you may receive funding, and they will tell you these are the outcomes. That's very common for government funding, because there's something in economics called public choice theory, and public choice theory is what politicians practice. You know, I'm going to make sure that, okay, this is this funding, and this funding is actually tied to the platform of the political party in power. So the funding is tied to their platform. So basically, if implementation success from this program and this project will all come back to the platform of the government, but is it really a success for the community? You know, so one of my approaches, for example, my organization with the Edmonton Multicultural Coalition, we've been funded in the past to do these anti-racism workshops by the city. And so the city have the things that they want, you know, to for you to experience as they want to see as results, you know, from these workshops. But is that actually what the people want? What the communities that you're presenting to, is that what they're looking for? Because racism, I recently watched a YouTube video, and this video was like, do you know why well. So the session went so well that the percentage of attendees that got either contracts, apprenticeship opportunities, or job was close to 70%. And so building on the success of that, I went back and said, this is what we've done, and I want to do more. So, okay, we can fund this. So last year we held one. At this time, we upgraded to JW Marriott, and we had 700 people in the room, 22 different companies. Nate also came as well. And I actually went to high schools because one of the issues that in these high schools where you have Black youth, some of them either they don't want to even complete high school, or after high school they have nothing to do. And, there's lots of opportunities in trades. Instead of saying be a victim of a Black man in this society, I can move around, create opportunities that will empower these young people to actually face, their way. And we had a good number of young people that came to the session last May. It was a success. So that's something that I'm very proud of. Even though this year we want to do a different approach in this year in doing it, as I'm still looking for money to do it for this. It's success for that because young people believe back, I got a job, I got this opportunity here to learn this trade, And I think by so doing, we are empowering our communities, and we are also building a good foundation for the future, that we're not just telling people of color that, oh yeah, when you experience racism, when they talk to you, talk back, but you got to talk back with, you have some skill, you have knowledge, and you have that economic empowerment, and then you can stand up for yourself and speak back.
We should talk at some point because I think there's a really great grant that's open through Impact Canada that could fund that type of event.
Great.
It's to do with increasing representation of underrepresented groups identified by the Employment Equity Act. So we should chat.
We'll connect.
Yeah, we will connect. The one that I think about is the Cowichan First Nation massive case that recently happened in BC, where the BC Supreme Court awarded the Cowichan First Nation their land rights to their traditional territories that were taken from them in the 1800s. And I think this is just a huge example. It took 5 years, but I think this is a really good example of how you can engage and use existing systems, even though they obviously haven't been built with our community's in mind, to actually affect change. Like, this is massive legal precedent for Indigenous peoples to reclaim their traditional homelands. So I just think that that's a really clear example of a First Nations community that started something really small and fought until they actually change come to life. So I think the biggest lesson there is that you can create change by using our existing systems. Still, but you can resist from within. That's the takeaway that I hope in that case.
Anybody have anything else they'd like to add, or?
I have an example still ongoing. So this is the one that's come seeing an organization supporting families, different families navigating autism. So the aim of the project is to collect those, through podcast series, storytelling, the voices of those families to share the experiences they have with service providers, and to build kind of like toolkits, to show service providers that sometimes we see differences in how the services is being provided. And what the families have shared is like sometimes you could see, kids on the spectrum, you come to ask for services benefits, and then for the same type of condition, but somebody's getting more benefits than another person. There's no really reason for that, but it's just that's just what we see. But at least to really bring more awareness into that. So sometimes people do things like we said, you're not even aware of the bias, right? You're just doing things automatically, but to to bring it to the forefront so people can really be confronted to the realities that some people are going through. And the lessons from there, although it's still ongoing, so I cannot really say that, there was already change, because those type of things are, they take time, because it's systemic, and, you really have to keep going and keep, with the, keep working at it and fight for it, until you see some families that have seen, things happening. They had to go again, they say no, they just didn't want to take no for an answer. I don't understand why I could not have this when, I know. And also the organization that are working with them. So I kind of like being allies to help and being a voice. So, just to say that you have to keep going at it. It will take time, but you still have to persevere and bring those voices. So I really love the project. I'm still working on it, but I just feel like we should just keep empowering those families, because sometimes they think that they are alone. But with this project, we've been able to show them that you are not alone. It's not an isolated thing. But, when we are catching or collecting those stories, we are bringing it to the forefront to just, make it to the light that this is what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are all making like amazing changes in like your community. It's like inspiring me too, as like someone growing up into this generation. So yeah, I just needed to say that 100%.
I think a lot of it's an attitude of progress, not perfection. You have to count the wins. My tangible example is when we cast somebody in a role that wasn't specifically requesting disability. A lot of times we see, they were looking for an actor with Down syndrome, or they're looking for a wheelchair user, which is progress, because before, if you think back to, if you've seen the show Superstore, the fellow that uses the wheelchair is not an actual wheelchair user. You think about, Rain Man, although a very good performance by Dustin Hoffman, he was not actually autistic. And now they're doing authentic casting, that's progress. But when we book a role, when they weren't actually looking for disability, then that's huge, and that's a very small percentage right now. So progress, not perfection, makes a big difference. Continuing to push and looking at the wins is the most important, because we could spend our whole time being frustrated with all the things that haven't been done. But to be honest, the fact that we're all just sitting up here having this panel is a really important step forward. So that's probably the best attitude when we approach these problems.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. Dr. Shindale?
I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
So curious what she was saying.
It's okay.
Right? It's a mystery.
She looks great. You look great.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. We move on to the last question. What advice would you give to someone starting an anti-racism initiative with limited resources but strong community commitment?
Don't stop believing. No,
Definitely a commitment first. You really have to be committed, because it takes time. It takes time, and focus on maybe one problem at a time. But definitely commitment, because sometimes we give up too soon.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, yes, in addition to commitment, have a real intent, don't just do it because everybody else is doing it, or because it's to run this thing, but do it because you really want to see change, and that should be the beginning.
Yeah. And set your expectations appropriately. One of my favorite sayings, although it sounds negative, expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed, is true, because it's really hard the first few years. You can, approach something thinking this is going to happen really quick, and then, you know, and then you're disappointed where really expecting that there's probably a lot of hard work, determination, commitment that you have to put into something before you see even just a little bit of result. And if you're expecting anything different, it's probably not realistic. And that's when we do give up too soon. But it doesn't mean that the mission or the reason or the initiative isn't very important. And it's the people that have that commitment that end up seeing that. But yeah, you got to expect that it's going to be not easy.
Yeah, agree with all that. What I would add is start by understanding your current state. Engage in asset mapping. Understand what is currently being done to address the issue that you are currently engaged in. Once you have a good understanding of where your current state is and you map the existing assets in the community, you then engage in some sort of visioning to identify where you want to be and compare your existing current state with where you want to be to visualize the gaps that are not in place. And that can form the basis of the focus areas for your work so that you can focus on working on the pieces that matter and leverage your existing assets to help you build towards your vision. So I think that's a really tangible process that I use, is what is happening right now? What is all the great work that is already happening? How can you leverage that? Visualize and dream a little bit about where you want to be and compare those two states. And that'll help you visualize where the holes are and how you might be able to fill them. And then the other thing I would say there is, like, when you're starting to fill those gaps, try and be innovative and creative and fail as fast as possible, because that's where you're going to learn about your assumptions that you're making and be able to design really creative solutions. Failure tells you it's just another decision point that helps you move towards the next step, the next direction that you might need to go in. So when you fail, you're realizing, oh, this isn't working. I need to go this way. And the faster you move towards failure, the sooner you're going to be able to figure out where the next decision point is going to be. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you all for your perspectives. If I have an essay on anti-racism or any of that, I know who to look to.
I got stuck beside this guy. Your vocabulary is insane. It's making me look terrible. No, just kidding. Asset mapping. I want to look that up.
Yeah, thank you for all sharing. Dr. Schindel, if you're still there, I miss you. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties.
I would have loved to hear her perspective.
Yeah. But yes, can we get another round of applause for all these amazing perspectives? And you guys are all welcome to go take a seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyway, you did it. Can we give a round of applause for our moderator? Actually, she did amazing. You did great.
Thank you.
That's not an easy thing to do as a grade 10 student.
Sorry, give me like 2 seconds. Okay, we have one more amazing presentation. Oh. Actually, give us 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello?
Keep on speaking.
Hello, hello.
Keep on speaking.
Hello?
Keep on. You just keep on.
Hello? Test. Hey? Pending. Some pending. Yeah.
So we can hear you
Yeah.
online.
Yeah, but
But we
not
can't hear you
yeah,
here.
from our speaker.
We can just speak. That's me. Okay. Let me speak up.
Hello?
This is speaker. Okay. Let me do headphones. Oh my God. Yeah. Say something.
Test.
Headphones.
Yes, we'll test whether
We
Dr.
just want to
Shinda
make
cannot, we cannot hear Dr. Shinda's speech.
Yeah, so we are just trying to fix it before.
Patrick is trying to fix it. So how about we start
Yeah, we
first?
can start.
I want to test the
You can
thing.
Yeah.
Twin class, they can hear you.
So we help Dr. Queasy to set up.
Okay. Um, okay. Say all that. Yeah, I know, I know. Would they hear that online? Okay. See. Please say something.
Test. No, we are testing. We are testing the online voice.
Why who has to be online?
We have Alex to join.
But later, right?
Yeah.
That is after lunch.
Yeah.
So can
So
Dr.
we go
Quincy
Dr.
start?
Queen first. Yeah.
Princess, can you introduce Dr. Quincy?
So we have to play the
Sorry,
game.
no. Wait a moment. We tested
with people who have a bladder infection, and there's a stereotype around, well, normally these things happen. And this was someone, an indigenous man who'd had a history that they were familiar with, and so they regarded him as non-urgent. And they based that on some archetypes of intoxication versus looking at it as acute illness. He ended up passing away. With Joyce Ecochon, she was a 37-year-old woman in the community of Manawan in Quebec, and she died in hospital in Joliette, Quebec in 2020, and her situation sparked national attention to racism in healthcare. What happened to her, she went to the local hospital complaining of severe abdominal pain. So while she was in hospital, she live streamed on Facebook, staff making derogatory statements, racist, demeaning comments toward her as she writhed in pain and asked for help. In the video, nurses were heard calling her stupid as hell, suggesting she was better off dead and making other sexist and racist comments. So the staff mistreated her while she was in distress, including administering morphine, despite her family's concerns, saying that she was allergic to it. She later died that day. Now, the official cause was written as pulmonary edema. But the coroner's inquest later found that racism and prejudice contributed to her death, noting that the symptoms were dismissed and she was wrongly assumed to be experiencing drug withdrawal. Again, racism that. It went out and triggered a widespread outrage in Canada, and that started the conversations around systemic racism within our institutions, within healthcare. Now, Canadian and Quebec leaders stepped in, looked at statements, there were investigations, disciplinary action, people fired, and the principle, Joyce's principle, aimed at ensuring equitable, non-discriminatory access to health and social services for Indigenous peoples. So the federal and provincial governments have acknowledged the incident's significance and reaffirmed their commitment to combating not only anti-Indigenous racism, but racism and systemic racism within healthcare. And the nature of systemic racism is that it's various institutions across a community or city, country, seem to work in certain patterns that certain people end up being the deficient beneficiaries of the outcomes versus other groups who are positive beneficiaries of certain policies, etc. So what happened in Ontario was they came in with the health equity impact assessment, and their idea was to look at the policies and practices that lead to unintended exclusion. And it forces the designers to ask, how does our triage, speed, or digital first entry point harm already those at the margins? And the considerations to look at that for as it pertains to Indigenous people and collecting of their information is the OCAP principles underneath the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples, where data collected from them is about it gives guidelines about who owns the data, who controls it, how it's accessed, and who possesses it. So what we're going to do right now is look at how do you actually apply this policy, these items. Let's look. So I think on your tables, you should have an illustration of the digital policy, okay? And we're going to use the anti-racism impact assessment with this, and you're going to look at it through the 3 friction points, and I'll get to that in the next slide. And the idea here is this policy is about, it's a digital first vendor procurement strategy. So community basically wants to go towards digital, and they're looking to get the contract, and they've got some requirements. They want to streamline the organizational purchasing processes and ensure fiscal responsibility by migrating all the vendor applications to an online, to an iCloud portal that they've created. So some of the requirements you'll see is that all vendors must provide a 10-year audited financial history from a recognized Canadian financial institution. The second requirement was that all applicants must be submitted through the portal using a verified multi-factor authentication linked to a Canadian mobile number. And the third one requirement is that preference is given to tier 1 vendors who can demonstrate a 48-hour delivery to our primary urban distribution hubs. And the last one is the organizations, the clause, basically says that they retain full ownership of all vendor-submitted demographic and financial data to optimize future procurement artificial intelligence. Okay, so the contract is for being able to get into the procurement strategy of the city, and these are the requirements that they've got. So through the lens, what we would do in this work is ask the question, you're now going to be what we call the red team. A team in the organization assigned the responsibility of looking at that policy through the lens, okay, of how does this meet the criteria within which we have to work. So the lens you look at it and critically review is, who are the default beneficiaries? Where are the frictions that the administrative requirements create? And is there a feedback loop? So what you might want to do if you're getting into groups is to look at the requirements and ask, who does it, so look at requirement 1, who does that filter out? When you are asking for vendors with a 10-year audited financial history, you might want to also look at, excuse me here for a second. Want to look at the second clause. It says how the requirement for digital-only portal. You might want to ask the question, well, how would a vendor from a remote First Nation access digital-only portal? And when you look at the data clause, you might want to ask, well, organizations retain full ownership. Well, how does that align with the OCAP? Okay, so an OCAP was established in 1998 by the Canadian First Nations leadership, and it's a trademark of the First Nations Information Governance Center. And it talks about the principles of Indigenous sovereignty over their data. And what you might want to ask, and there's something we're not going to address here because it talks to something different, but this is about the financial world. If you find a barrier that filters out racialized talent or Indigenous vendors, you have a material risk under something called the SHARE, which is institutional investor reports that organizations are signing onto as a result of shareholder activism. And the tipping point of that was the Scotiabank. 37% of its memberships said, we have to have corporate audits on impact to make sure we have, we're not creating barriers that deny access. And the standard used was with the 2041 demographic workforce. So basically they're anticipating the changing demographics, your ability to compete within that market. And if you're eliminating 20, 30% of the people who have access to be your potential customers, how is that to our benefit? So you need to start looking at your policies now to ensure we don't end up having things that have an adverse impact. So take a look in the around, have a conversation, and ask yourself the question. Let me see, I didn't push this, sorry, I apologize. So that's what I said a little while ago, with the 3 lenses you want to look at. Who benefits from this? What are the frictions from the administrative policies, practices? And does this have an impact on community stewardship? This is specific to the data. And next to that was, this is how you would score it. And the scoring works in the following way. Something that's regarded as equitable to have a low score of 1 to 2. Something that's neutral, which you should take a look at, is the neutral and unclear, i.e. requires mitigation, if you give it a score of 3. And if you've got a 4 or 5, it's a high systemic friction. That means it's exclusionary and has a material risk. So the default, what you can use as a guideline for when we look at this is ask these questions. Does this policy assume, for example, a Western educated urban middle class user with high-speed technology? Would you score that as 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Then you'd ask yourself next one for credentialing. Does it require specific Canadian experience or requirement that act as proof of or provides for racial exclusion? And you'd rate it 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. And then administratively, are there erroneous documentation requirements or onerous requirement documentation that disproportionately burden marginal groups? And the discretionary, does the policy allow staff to slow walk or fast track cases or services? And that was the case that was seen with the Sinclair situation. And then data sovereignty, does the organization claim ownership of the data that should be stewarded under OCAP? And then the last one was one I talked about with SHARE, which is auditing of the Canadian Human Rights Council has investigated this as a flag as a material risk. So you take these items, you'd look at your policy, you'd ask these questions, you would assign a number, a numeric value, 1, 2, 3, or 5. And then you would end up with a score of what that should look like. And so what you might do is, if we looked at, okay, you're now going to say, oh, number one, if you had, for example, we are awarding this contract and someone's got to be present in person, you're assuming someone's got flexibility to show up, etc. The requirement around 10 years of audited, okay, or 3 years of audit, this was an example of another policy. They had a requirement of basically 3 years of financial statements. And again, tier 1, well, part of that problem gets to be credit unions are used in Western Canada a lot, right? Versus using the tier 1 Canadian banks. So you excluding people based upon the organizations they use. But 2, newcomers, entrepreneurs in underserviced communities may not have that 3 or 10-year requirement that you've got. Applications of readiness, well, they don't seem as ready as other people. This one seemed ready. Well, that's nice. You haven't got anything that you can actually measure. Subjective terms can't allow for covert racism to thrive. So you have to have something that's very clearly, objectively discernible. And the last piece about data demographics, now saying that you control the data that is here, there, within an organization, and this is something that is common, is you can't do that as it pertains to the indigenous populations or businesses, because we signed on to OCAP, we signed on to the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Persons, which gave them the right to control, own, access to their data. So you'd be in high violation. So with this assessment, you see the numbers here are 5, 4, 5, 5. So you've got a very high risk. Okay, the total risk profile here is very high. And what you could do to mitigate is, do you accept digital signatures? Do you accept credit union and international history? You have to define readiness with objective metrics. And then you'd update the clause to basically align with the stewardship, ownership of data for the indigenous people. Then you would be able to come back with that policy, put it out to the public, and it would meet the criteria for overcoming the racial impact analysis. So that basically, if we'd have had this as a in-person, there would have been 25 minutes for groups of teams to go through this process, have the discussion, et cetera, and we would integrate. But this basically comes to us, brings us to the conclusion of the presentation here that we'd had. And what we had looked at was, how do you actually move from cultural competencies to systemic auditing? Okay, these are identified the legislative acts that are in place federally or provincially that people have to uh, adhere to in order to be able to do business with them. And the last one is, these are the different mechanisms. So the ARIA, the HIA, and the OCAP are the legislative markers by which you will be evaluated. So this is just a simple tool that you can use and apply with consistency. And you can actually go back and review your existing policies in your organizations to see how well they would stack up against this sort of scrutiny. So I thank you for your time, your attention, participation. Now go out there and make a difference. People are counting on you. Thank you.
I wasn't talking.
Free. Cloggy.
Again, you can pity laugh. It's okay. Uh-oh. Why don't, do we have the thing up? Oh, okay, then I'm just rambling. Welcome. One more joke for the fun of it. Actually, two more because I have two more jokes. Why don't crabs donate to charity? Because they're shellfish. What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory. Are those my jokes? Why don't elevators ever get angry? They just let things go. Okay, we're ready now, so I'm just gonna stop talking.
Okay. Well, welcome to the Anti-Racism Workshop Series. This session is called Building Accountability and Sustainability, and it's designed to help leaders operationalize anti-racism through structural accountability. I'd like you to think of this as a journey of continuous improvement, always evolving as we grow and learn. My name is Dr. Kwesi Mbalakwa. My last role was Vice President People, Culture, and IT at Keano College, and I was a co-founder of the Anti-Racism Program for the City of Calgary, a developmental consultant to the Calgary Police Service for their Racial Equity Program, and Executive Director of Organization Development and Employment Engagement at BC Children's Hospital. Specific to this kind of work, I'm also a board advisor to the Black Physicians Association of Alberta, and I've mentored and sponsored Black women and newcomers in the workplace, and I'm a child of an anti-apartheid political refugee, which has had a major influence on who I've become as a person. I think I need to move to next slide. So I want to start off by recognizing the land on which we're gathered today. And in a workshop of accountability, this is our first truth telling. As leaders in Canada, our work is governed by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, specifically Call to Action 92, which mandates that corporate sector should adopt a reconciliation framework. And today's about operationalizing that duty through structural accountability. Today is not about personal guilt. It's about auditing the structural mechanisms of your leadership. I want to acknowledge that we're gathered on the Territory 6, the traditional land of the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux peoples, and acknowledge that their stewardship of the airways, waterways, and landways that enable us to use this land independently from Okay. So when we do this space, to do this space, we need to move from safe spaces where dominant groups feel comfortable to brave spaces where truth is prioritized. Traditionally in safe spaces, they've been criticized for stifling open dialogue and prioritizing safety over growth. Now, brave spaces encourage respectful disagreement, equal participation without personal attack. It recognizes that discomfort is a normal part of learning and that it can promote greater understanding of oneself and others. So brave spaces invite all participants to speak up and challenge biases and prejudices. So to recognize that, just remember when you go and speak, when you're doing this work, to acknowledge the place of privilege from which you speak. Prioritize impact over intent, and expect that you won't necessarily get closure on the things you're working on in the immediacy of what that meeting is. Keep your confidentialities, but apply accountability, and importantly, no tone policing. The pain must be heard without it being filtered for the sake of comfort of some people. So let's look at the business case for doing this work. So Statistics Canada reveals a persistent concrete ceiling wherein we recruit successfully, but we filter out before people can reach the executive level. This isn't a pipeline problem, it's a structural algorithm problem. So as policymakers, If your high potential lists are homogeneous, your meritocracy is malfunctioning. So if we look at the data, we find that racialized Canadians make up 20 to 25% of the workforce, but only 15% of management and less than 10% of senior executives. That is a promotion gap. We look at the wages, and it's stark. Racialized men earn 78 cents, racialized women 59 cents for every dollar earned by white workers. And immigrants, disproportionately racialized, face a 20 to 40% earnings gap in their first decade here. So what we're seeing here is not necessarily an issue of being able to recruit, it's an issue of the plumbing and enabling people who are able to get the opportunity to participate fully in the economy and in their workplaces. So the systemic iceberg we have comes from the fact that racism in Canada is often polite. It lives below the surface in our neutral policies. When we require Canadian experience for a desk job or hire based on culture fit, we're using proxies for exclusion. So to be an anti-racist leader is to look beneath the waterline and change the gears of the system. Now, often, and one of the challenges with this work to date has been the fact that we focused on above water acts. Those are individual acts, overt bias, like slur, hate speech, hemliners, microaggressions. Systemic racism is the collection of invisible hurdles that allow such things as the Canadian experience requirement or the culture fit interview. And it exists in such things as informal networks that we do, which occurs at golf courses or hockey rinks. Below the system, below the waterline are the things that do credential devaluation, where we don't recognize the skills and credentials of people who've come from elsewhere. That's shifting, it's changing. And so it's these kind of things that we need to address in order to be able to deal with the systemic racism. So for the last decade, So for the last, for decades, the Employee Equity Act grouped all non-white people together as visible minorities. And recent audits and the 2025 review discovered that this umbrella term masked specific harms. It failed to track the unique barriers faced by Black Canadians. As a result, some groups saw progress. Black employees remained stagnant at lower levels of the public and private sectors. So the shift occurred when the federal government decided, 2024, that it was going to legally separate Black people and the two SLGBTQI plus people into their own designated groups to ensure specific accountability. The Canadian Human Rights Commission reported in 2025 that race-based complaints now represent the larger proportion of their caseload. This proves that racism is not declining, but it is being more rigorously identified by victims who no longer accept the status quo. So the modernized Employee Equity Act is looking for greater accountability. The BC's Anti-Racism Data Act mandates race-based data collection to start getting at these things. And Toronto's Municipal Toronto City's action plan identifies that the broken rung is in even getting Black people into promotions, the very first promotions in their work. So let's look at the anti-racism data in BC. It was the first province to require the collection of data to dismantle systemic racism. And what that showed in their research, that Indigenous and racialized employees are consistently overrepresented in lower level and non-permanent positions and underrepresented in leadership, regardless of their qualifications. In health and justice, the framework uncovered that race-neutral policies resulted in lower quality care for racialized patients. In the justice system, Black and Indigenous people are disproportionately subject to harsher bail conditions than white peers for similar offenses. On the municipal level, in the framework, the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism is a 10-year plan. It's the most comprehensive of its type in North America. And they found, and the key discovery for them was the broken rung. And that is, in municipal management, it showed that Black employees enter the workforce at similar rates to others, but are passed over for the very first promotion to management, thereby creating a permanent ceiling. I also found that in Ontario, a report by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, that Black people in Toronto were 2.2 times more likely to have an interaction with police and significantly more likely to be subject to the use of force. So it is the basis of things, information such as the systemic outcomes that has led the governments to start acting and recognizing the disparity that certain groups face within this country. So neutrality is the default setting of the status quo. So if you aren't intentionally designing for equity, you're accidentally designing for exclusion. So the anti-racism impact assessment tool is your diagnostic tool. Before you sign off on a policy, you should ask the question, who is burdened? Who is consulted? What is the mitigation? So this should be your primary tool every time a new policy is drafted. Whether it's returned to the office mandate or a new software rollout, you should run an anti-racism impact assessment. And if you haven't asked who is excluded, you haven't finished the policy. So some of the questions you might want to ask are, what does disaggregated data show? Were racialized staff consulted in the design? What negative impacts exist? And how will we mitigate them? How will we measure equity outcomes, say in 6 months? So purpose, data, consult, mitigate, measure. Okay, those are the metrics that you want to use when you're doing this kind of work. So let's look at it as an example. And a good one here is, a municipality is facing a 10% budget cut. The city manager proposes a seniority-based retention plan, last in, first out. On paper, this is a standard union-approved race-neutral approach to downsizing. So the task is analyze the impact. If the neutral seniority policy is applied, what happens to the diversity gains over the last 3 years? You need to identify the phase. Is this a merit issue or a structural issue? And then you'd ask, well, how can the municipality meet its budget goals without effectively purging the racialized population? On paper, this is neutral, but in practice, it erases diversity gains, disproportionately affecting newly hired racialized managers. So here's the context of the hidden data. 3 years ago, the municipality launched a diversity and leadership initiative to address the 90% white management tier. As a result, 60% of the newly hired junior managers are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. So the gut check is, if you chose the neutral path of seniority, you just engaged in systemic erasure. You've signaled to your community that equity is a luxury to be discarded during a crisis. Sustainability and anti-racism means your equity goals are legally and operationally protected even when the budgets are tight. If your policy undoes progress, the policy is the problem, not the budget. So prompt, other considerations for questioning neutral policies or practices for application. How do your policies inadvertently exclude an Indigenous applicant who may prioritize community-based leadership over corporate titles? How does our culture fit the criteria that penalizes people from non-European backgrounds? What we're trying to get at the handle here is that neutralities here equals systemic erasure. You need to find sustainable alternate solutions. So the evaluation of this might look in the following ways. Let's have a look. If you use the checklist of looking at the design, the data, the impact, consultation, and mitigation, and audit is who is not in the room when the policy was drafted. List the stakeholders. So your accountability metric is list the stakeholders who was consulted, internal and external. If you're wondering about the data, does it use current data? Show a baseline disparity? Your metric is what's the disaggregated data report? The impact, will it disproportionately burden racialized other people? Look at the projection, positive, neutral, and negative. Is the impact identified? What specific changes were made to the policy to prevent it? So document what are policy amendments you made. And then you ask, is there going to be a multi-year budget and lead person assigned to monitor this? So you need to have a line item budget allocation. So if you're not measuring and tracking this, it's performative. So frameworks uncover that requiring Canadian experience is often a proxy for racial discrimination. It disproportionately excludes highly qualified immigrants, primarily from the global south, from positions that match their experience. Since 2024, many regulatory bodies and municipalities have been forced to remove this requirement. Recent audits in the federal service have shown that 43% of departments have equity plans. Only 46% of those include special measures, targeted hiring for management to actually close the gap. Whether we like it or not, think of it this way. When you ask for Canadian experience, are you actually asking for Western cultural assimilation? Because that's not a measure of skill. It's a gatekeeping mechanism that maintains white dominant corporate culture. Under the Ontario Human Rights Commission guidelines, if you cannot prove why a job specifically requires Canadian-only experience, you're opening up your organization to a human rights violation. Now, what happens when you push for change? Well, you're going to get a few things come back at you. So what we're talking about here is the polite racism, and we're going to provide some scripts for common pushbacks and for dealing with tone policing and meritocracy myths, and there should be a handout appendix, I believe, in one of our handouts here. When you push for change, you'll face the intellectual defense that we need more data, more data, more data, more data. That's just a Stalin tactic. Your pivot should be that the stats from Stats Canada is clear. Our internal metrics are clear. Complexity is not a reason for delay. It's the reason we need the specific equity framework. Move the conversation from feelings to your fiduciary duty. You'll hear, we're all equal here. That's our polite racism. Pivot to our employment equity data numbers show otherwise. You're going to hear, we just want the best fit. Fit is often a proxy for similarity. Why don't you shift to culture add? You're going to hear, this feels like reverse discrimination. Well, I'll pivot to special measures are legal tools to correct systemic imbalance. That's under the Employment Equity Act. Remember, your role as a manager is not to manage feelings, but to manage institutional risk and moral failure. So recognize whenever you bring in change, resistance is going to be part of that process. And you need to be prepared and ready with the arguments and the pivots for how you switch to data to reinforce the reasons why you're doing what you're doing and to minimize the effective claims people have. It doesn't want to move. Oh, there it is. So for sustaining change, sustainability means embedding equity into systems. And that means such things as targeted universalism. And that is, you gotta have universal goals and tailored strategies. So for example, City of Calgary said, we were there, said, look, what are the metrics? Well, one of it is, first of all, go talk to the population and find out what the metrics should look like from that point of view, instead of you just coming up with the money yourself. And what I came up with basically was, after discussion with groups, et cetera, is why doesn't the city, which is funded by taxpayers, the citizens who live in the community, why doesn't the city's population, workforce population, represent the city's population? Why doesn't your management level represent your population and your executive? So they made that a target. It's going to happen over time and gradually. Of course, it won't be overnight. But that is meaningful, measurable change that is dictated by something that the community themselves can understand. For Indigenous people, you might want to say, okay, federal government's got to have 5% of contracts go to Indigenous businesses because you want to uplift them. You may say sponsorship. And what I say with sponsorship minute, we need to go beyond mentoring, which is consulting, supporting, advising, and go to sponsoring. Use your place, use your privilege, use your power to advocate for a racialized employee in a closed-door meeting. Use that power when the doors are closed and the person's not there. What that might mean is use your your political capital to advocate for them. And you may, for example, I said, why don't you as a leader, when you have your directors meetings, bring in someone from a racialized group to let them see what does that look like at this level? What do the conversations sound like? What are the expectations like? We need to go beyond mentorship because it's advice. Sponsorship is power. So one thing you can ask your leaders is, who are you sponsoring into leadership this quarter? Who are you sponsoring into leadership this year? Start getting some actionable work that has some metrics associated with it. So what you can do with the work that oh my goodness. Okay, so one of the tools, oh my Lord. So one of the evaluations I like is the Kirkpatrick. And, you go beyond from reaction to learning behavior and the systemic changes. We need to reflect on what real evaluation looks like. And you have to do that not in the moment of say, what was this like? What was it like in 3 months or 6 months or 9 months? We're not measuring for satisfaction, we're measuring for impact, right? So things you can ask in your organizations, have your hiring panels changed? Have your policies been revised using the anti-racism impact analysis? Has the promotion gap narrowed? Who is screening your candidates? Is your pool of candidates becoming more diverse? Have you removed Canadian experience from your job ads? Success is measured in spreadsheets, not in sentiment. Success is not a change in your heart. It's a change in your spreadsheets where you can see discernible differences made for the people most affected. This is your call to action. To measure your audit systems. And so this is about using those racial impact assessments and embed equity into every policy and decision you make. I hope the materials here that we've talked about, the topics here that we've discussed, will help you start thinking about using and implementing the frameworks that are available to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwesi. A round of applause again. There is so much to not yet. Do we have any questions? There is a lot of information here, and I feel it will be awesome for us to turn this into an interactive session. That is one benefit we can get from having small groups.
Thank you very much, Doc. I was trying to keep up with the gems you were dropping out there. You did mention, and I think I got this right, but correct me if it's wrong, that mentorship could be a vice. And that really struck me. Could you explain the difference between mentorship being a vice and rather sponsoring people into leadership being the way forward?
Thank you for the question. When we talk about mentoring, typically people, when they do that, they consult. You're giving advice to a young person, you're guiding them, you're helping them make decisions about their careers possibly. However, what is the action you're doing to get them that opportunity to lead a project so that they get the experience to be in that next pool of candidates to qualify that new management position? Okay? So it's about exercising your power as a leader in an organization. So I knew that as a person who was heading up the anti-racism program. I knew that as executive director, member of executive, many members of as a VP, I have an obligation to look around me and see how fair is our organization. And when it's not, it's to identify, okay, what can we do to help bridge the gap? End of story. That's it. Next question.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted you to expand a little bit on the employment equity component. You did have a slide on federal, provincial, and municipal. I'm not sure if employment equity is mandatory on the provincial and federal, municipal levels.
Employment equity is a federal program. The anti-racism data is a provincial, okay? So different levels of government have brought in different legislations. So those legislations then impact, so I'll give you an example. When we were in Calgary and we had for procurement, we had established certain criteria. If you wanted to do business with the city of Calgary, we had brought in our own requirements. So the requirements can be brought in at the municipal, which is what you've seen with the Toronto program too, at the provincial with the anti-racism, Nova Scotia and BC, and then the employment equity is at the federal level. So each of them are distinct and different because each level of government has different responsibilities and spans of control. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the clarification I was asking is the Employment Equity Act, it's just federal. So provincially, there's no sort of legal mandate because it's not protected under any act provincially, or even
there are other acts. For example, the Human Rights Acts in each province come in regardless, okay, of what the legislation is. So to your point, legislations from different places can be specific to, but just because that doesn't speak to something that your province doesn't mean there isn't another legislation that applies in a different way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, yeah. I was just, the clarity I was looking for was like, say, if you're implementing the Employment Equity Act federally, it's now it's because it's an act, it's by law. So, for example, there has to be, a percentage of senior management must be people of color, or women, or indigenous. Well, indigenous is part of people of color, but provincially, that's not the case. I mean, you may have the Human Rights Act,
Right.
but that does not mandate provincial
Correct.
governments to.
Correct. No, well, you're correct. What it does do on the federal side is if you're working with the federal government, or if you're a crown corporation or an agency or one wanting to do business with, you will be subject to those provisions. Those guidelines will apply if you want to be involved in the procurement of contracts to work with that.
Right.
So those where those things come into play. And guess who's got the biggest budget and the biggest opportunities?
Right. Okay.
Right.
Okay. In that context, yeah. Thank you.
So, Dr. Kwesi,
Yeah.
you gave a very classic situation at work where you get this discrimination. So there's a 10% budget cut. Okay, it is announced, our funding is cut 10%. And we are going for the quote unquote neutral option, last in, first out. Now, organizations do that because they know that this is one way to get rid, especially when a new management comes in and they think equity and diversity is wokeness. And wokeness is now politically toxic, according to some people. And so they say, well, last in, first out. Because last in, first out is what is written into a lot of contracts.
Okay.
So it looks to me like it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, that when we make all these improvements, then they find another way to undo the improvements.
Okay.
So the question is, how do you deal with this last in, first out when it is written into collective agreements?
Well, it's not, it can be written in, but you can also have provisions by which a collective agreement has amendments to it, or you make agreements that are without prejudice, okay, to deal with any exception of this situation. So, for example, a lot of places, by the way, have not thrown away with DEI. They've changed the language of what it is. It's not gone away. They've changed the language. Two, what I point out to people is what happens a lot of times, and you've now heard it, particularly with this recent change in the economic condition, a lot of people who are older workers are having a hard time getting back into the market. And the older workers are the ones actually who pay the highest amount of money, not the younger, lower people. So that's a new challenge that's come out, is on a demographic side. What I point out to people is I talk about the demographic game, okay? A country needs 2.1 children per woman to maintain its population. If you look at the fastest shrinking populations of the top 20, okay, 18 are in Europe. The two exceptions are Japan and Cuba. The populations that are fastest growing are in Southeast Asia and Black Africa, okay? And even then, those numbers went from 7.8, 7.6 to now 5.4, 4.9, okay? So, but you want a pool of people. So look at Europe as shrinking. Look at Australia, Japan, Korea, China, Canada. We're shrinking. The only country almost close to that mark is the United States, and that's because of the Black and Latino population growth, not the white. So now you've got a situation where you go into a global economy which is growing, and you need to compete. Where are your workers going to come from? They're going to come from countries, right, that were not traditionally the suppliers of your people. Second to consider within that is the global context of what's happening. You're going to have people who are coming from places where they were potentially at war. So we had in Calgary, where you had a bunch of Ukrainian new immigrants, but you had Russians, okay? Situation at a hospital in Vancouver. You had a patient who was a Croatian and a nurse, okay, who was Serbian. And I can't serve that patient, I can't deal with that patient. That people kill my village, right? So now we're into the new reality where you're bringing in people from these other countries that were possibly with conflict. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to help those people deal with the traumas that they're bringing with them. Okay, that's another piece that is dealt with this increased diversity. So diversity is a fact. My question is, how are you going to deal with the inclusion question? Because these people are here, they're going to be the resources you have, they're your future population. So how are you going to include them into the population, into the economy, so that everybody grows? So excluding these people doesn't make sense. So you heard the comment by Prime Minister Carney that diversity is our strength. He pointed out we're going to need everybody because of what his incredibly ambitious plans are, right? We're going to have a shortage of people. We already have a shortage of people. And his plans for Goose Bay or for Churchill or for, northern BC coast, or where are the people going to come from? Halifax. So we're going to need people. So the idea of, well, it's just going to be these white people. Well, my only question to that is, where are they going to come from?
I have a question just on that. So you did mention about desegregated data.
Yep.
So how useful would that be in the absence of any DEI policy?
What do you mean?
So the sole purpose of one of the major impacts or major things that we gather from disaggregated data is the other things that we don't see, from one person, the different, levels of this person that make up this person. But if you take away diversity and equity, like what, for example, I don't want to say the governor of Alberta, but other places are discouraging. Well, big time in the United States, that's being discouraged now. And it's also being discouraged here. So then what do you do with that data? Okay. If you don't want to see the other levels of this person, you only want to see that this is where you are, but the other parts that make up this person, that you're Black, you're female, or maybe you're handicapped, or you don't speak English properly, So if all these things are missing, then what is the use of such data?
Okay, the data is good because the people who make the policy are ignorant. So Bill 13 that was just recently passed, okay? Yeah. Doing away with the race, DEI. Well, I sit with the Black Physicians Association of Alberta. So we got together, we got our information together. We pointed out to the members of Parliament, of the Alberta Parliament, the legislature, that here are the harms that come to Black men and women, Indigenous people within the province of Alberta. Here are the statistics, okay? So when you say that, this isn't about political philosophy. This is about how bias actually impacts these people. This is the population that we're relying on. So in Calgary, the immigrant population is now up to 36% of the population, okay? So what are you gonna do to a significant workforce? Then we pointed out to them, look at all your doctors, family practitioners around this province in the remote rural areas. A lot of them are racialized, okay? So then we pointed out, you don't wanna have this so-called political discussions as part of the policies, okay? Well, here's what happens. The regulatory bodies that license doctors are the CMA and the College of Physicians and Surgeons. They're beyond your purview. They have put in as their requirements for qualifications based upon disparate outcomes on patients, racialized patients, that DEI, anti-racism, anti-Black has to be in the curriculum to minimize these adverse outcomes that are factually based. Your denying of that for people in this province means the people who graduate med school here will not be able to practice medicine in the rest of the country. They will not get licensed to be doctors. So how is that going to work in your benefit? Guess what happened? oh, well, now we're going to have discussions and have a review of certain elements to see if certain parts of the economy need to be excluded from that. So because of their ignorance, they didn't know this information. When they get it, they then have to revise it. This is, again, the anti-racism, right, impact analysis. If you start looking at that, you start asking the questions, you begin to get the questions. So if you don't have that information that I can't do, you're not asking the questions, you're not learning the information. Unless you get advocacy groups like ourselves bringing the information to educate you. Does that make sense? Yeah. So just because someone doesn't have something that, no one, this is my favorite quote, no one is smarter than all of us. And when you put a bunch of very intelligent, smart people together, trust me, you're going to come up with a pretty potent response to a lot of legislation. Make sense?
Okay, my final one is, I like the bit where you were talking about the workforce, and the workforce, essentially the workforce should reflect the population that we have. If 40%, 36% of the population are visibly different, it should be reflected in the workforce. And in the times past, there used to be a saying, do not buy where you will not be hired.
Right.
Do you think preaching this message in this format today comes without any risks?
There's always risk. Everything's got a risk, right?
So how do you mitigate those risks?
So there's a couple of things. One is the thing, and it just came to me, thank you, it's called the power gap, okay? That was by the Globe and Mail, was done quite some time ago, and it looked at the hiring of employees at where the richest amount of data was, and that was in municipal government, provincial government, federal governments, and looked at that, and they saw what was going on. Women, okay, with the majority of people who've gone to school over the last 35 years, majority of graduates, majority of undergrad, majority of graduates at colleges, majority of graduates at grad school, okay? Majority of people go into the workforce. The white male was only 27% of the population. The percentage of executive leadership positions after 35 years still is overwhelmingly white cisgender males, okay? So change comes slowly, even if you have the information, etc. So just because the work is hard, doesn't mean you don't do the work, right? So doing this work requires courage. Speaking up within an organization requires courage. What Carney talked about in Davos was people having the courage to get the sign off the window, stop participating in the lie, right? And a lot of that is people in leadership do not have, and I say that intentionally, people in leadership, they're not leaders. They are people in leadership roles. A lot of them do not have the intestinal fortitude, okay, or the moral fiber to do the courageous things. They go along to get along. And I think he spoke up very eloquently to that point. Is that fair? Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kwesi. This is amazing. And just to chip in this, I know we are all brooding over DEI policies being scrapped out, programs and initiatives being taken away. But something I've always advised from the very beginning we started doing this work, anti-racism, DEI, equity work, and all that is, let us build it into our faculty of thinking and acting and building skill set. So it's a competency. With or without policy, there is an opportunity for us to still implement things. So a company may not have a DEI policy, but with the toolkits that have been discussed here, maybe from years of doing policy work, you develop your way of thinking and assessing your work all the time. So fine, there is no DEI policy in my organization, but on a very realistic level, this is the fact when it gets to diversity. I'm not going to say there is diversity, but here is the fact, going back to the data piece. If there is data, then I can say factually, these are the numbers geographically of the people that we are serving, if it's a company serving stakeholders or whatever you're doing, or the people that are going to be impacted by your work. This is the data. These are the numbers. So let's ask ourselves, will this do this? These are just questions. We don't have a policy. I'm not going by policy, but realistically, let us ask these questions. So we need the data with or without policy. This is the reality we live in. So with all the challenges and the cancellation, I think we need to be very strategic in how we do this work. We are not going to say we're doing equity or inclusion work. Okay, if that is a buzzword for you, I'm not going to say it. But realistically, I'm going to use it in my thinking. If I am developing a policy, yes, I'm going to assess everything that I need to do to address that issue that the policy is supposed to address. I will use every form of assessment to ask you the questions, to position it in such a way that nobody's left behind. So let us not be carried away. It is very sad, it is very discouraging, but let us make this as realistically as it is. And let us approach the work in a way that we are not wasting our time and energy challenging a piece of paper that was not even being implemented in the first place. But apply it, build it as a skill set, as a competency, and we all move on as human beings in a world that we are all living here together.
I think, if I may, Dr. Hill, to point out a couple of things. One is, to build on what you're saying, one is being an anti-racist or being an equitable person, it's not a thing you do, it's a way of being. It's a choice about how you look at the humanity around you, how you decide to interact and respect and regard it. That's the first piece. The other piece is with the legislation just I've been mentioning and with what other provinces are doing right now, this shift to equitability is becoming legislated. Okay? So this is about risk mitigation from a business point of view. Don't get yourself in trouble against the various pieces of legislations that are out there. It doesn't serve your organization. So from a business point of view, there's the economic argument of one, the diversity and your need for people, etc. Two is the financial side of that, mitigating the risk and harm to the organization. So there are different angles by which you can approach this work and help illuminate the pros of it that I think will win people over without anyone needing to have a sense of shame or that they're put on the spot.
All right, so thank you so much. A round of applause, Dr. Kwesi. Thank you so much. That was amazing. It's time for lunch, so we can have our lunch now, and I believe we can shift things forward so we can close early. So an hour for lunch.